Hey, JP. Dude, I just did ear training for like 20, 30 minutes. I thought I was streaming the whole time. And then I looked over and like, it said I wasn't streaming, and I even made a high score. That's a first for me. I've never just thought I was streaming and I wasn't. I think I just forgot to click the start button. Anyway, what's up, dude? How you doing? Welcome back, welcome back. Well, I wish I had recorded my new high score in 24 equal ear trainer, but it wasn't a huge high score. I just moved up, I bumped up from 32nd to 30th. But every high score is good. Every new PB is good, so glad about that. Still kind of obsessed with 27 equal, so I'm probably just gonna mostly do that today. You have to go, but you left a like right now. Well, thank you. Thanks for the like, dude. Chord naming quite a bit the last couple days. In a little bit I'll kind of talk about just what I've been thinking about with that and why it's like especially tricky even in like 27 equal, and how I would like to consider more ideas for how to go about naming chords in microtonal systems, because I think there could be I'm hoping there is a way that is concise without being too verbose or obscure. And yeah, I'll kind of like talk about the balance between those things. And while I'm like kind of satisfied with, or at least, you know, on a personal level, I'm not saying it's like the be all end all, but while I'm kind of satisfied with what we came up with for 22 equal, it is difficult to extend that to 27 equal, and yeah, I'll kind of go over that as well. But yeah, it's been on my mind a lot, and I think I have like an idea of what the problem is. closer to finding a solution. I don't know that I will find a solution. We do have a solution that I think is fine, so it's not really that pressing. And I'll also explain what that is. Because I mean, we do have a system for naming all the chords, I believe, in 27 equal. That works just fine. And it probably even is, for all intents and purposes, good enough, or at least good enough for now. There might be a better way of going about it. So yeah, I'll probably just ramble about that a little bit. And maybe do a little illustration or something too, because it kind of, just the thing about this stuff, it'd be nice to put it on paper in a way. Yeah, I do think 27 is capable of being like kind of dramatic or something. Hey, Mr. Leahy, what's up? Yeah, Mr. Rogers, crazy get grit upon your finger. Oh, that's sick. Hell yeah. Did you want the microtonal firmware? Absolutely. I can send you a link to it. It has the README and all that. I don't know that you can undo it. I think right now you can't uninstall it. Still in beta, so you know, as long as you're willing to accept all those risks, but yeah, if you're willing to do some beta testing, or you know, just want to try it out or whatever. I could send you the GitHub link. I don't feel like, I mean, it's not like private or anything. I don't mind helping you out with it, but I would want to get Kite's blessing first. So, so if you want me to like walk you through it or anything like that, I think I'm gonna just touch base with Kite first, just make sure, because nobody's really like pulled the trigger on it yet. but I just would want to get the go ahead from him first. But I obviously can't stop you from downloading it. It is on GitHub. The README is there. You know, if you have it, you have it. I can't stop you. You know. Yes, I have it. That's what I've been using. This is the. I think it works fine. I don't think it's a danger, but like, if for some weird reason you don't like it, you don't want it. I don't know if you can uninstall it. I don't know if you can do a factory reset. You know, I'm just saying, use it at your own peril. There's a disclaimer on the site now that says that like uninstalling is like kind of an issue right now. I'm pretty sure it's something that they're gonna resolve, but I don't really ask about it because I'm not trying to uninstall mine because it works fine. I thought maybe I would want to, but I just didn't know how to use it. And yeah, that's another thing too, is like I've like done video chats with Kite, you know, here and there, like, and he's shown me how it works and stuff. So it's been really helpful for me. Yes, you can still use it normally. Absolutely, it still works normally. I never use it normally, so I don't know if it functions correctly normally or not, but I'm pretty sure it does. And you can even like set it to 12 Edo and do custom layouts in 12, which is kind of cool because you can't normally do that. Like normally you can only adjust the vertical offset. So like normally you can only adjust how much it changes as you go up and down rows. But with the firmware you can adjust how much it changes when you go left or right, when you change columns. But you can adjust the offset for that for any tuning you like. I don't know. You know, if you get it, if you figure out how to install it and all that, and you got it running, and you have any questions, if you already have it, you're welcome to ask me whatever. I'd be happy to help you out with it. But yeah, if you need help actually installing, I'll just go ahead and get I'll check in with Kite first. Learn the basic functions first and do crazy Edo mode. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to spend like, I mean, if you just got it, I would spend at least like a couple days, maybe a couple weeks. Just kind of getting used to it. Another thing too is you can try Romeo's layout generator and stuff, just to kind of get used to the microtonal layout thing, and then you don't have to mess with the firmware. You can just play with Scale Workshop, and you can make the custom, like there's a custom layout mode. Hey, you know, fam, what's up, dude? There's a custom layout mode for linnstrument that's standard, and there's a layout generator. I think I have the links for that stuff still on my computer. Actually, let me send you that stuff. because that's like a, you can literally do everything with these programs. It's just not as convenient. But you can literally do all the same stuff just using these things. But yeah, I'm actually pretty stoked you got one. That's really cool. Let me see if I can't find those. Yeah, so we have this. So this, you can do your custom layouts, kind of by hand. That's what I used at first. And then Romeo's made these web apps. He had to like kind of walk me through how to do these. But this is a layout generator that Romeo's made, and you use this with this scale generator. And then you just upload the scale you get to, how does this work? So like right now it's in 15 units. So you just choose your, say you want a 17 unit layout. So first what you do is you go on this layout generator. So you want 17 and you want it to go 3 to the right and 1 up. That sounds good. So I think you have to click C inside or whatever. No, that's not it. That's working. Man, it's been so long since I've done this. Oh, C inside the follow instructions. But these are the same. Hold on. I think I sent you the same link twice. My bad. Oh, did I? What? Oh, here's the scale generator. But these are both the same thing. Are these different links in them? No, these are the same exact website. What happened to the layout generator? Oh, shit. Did you get rid of it? Oh, it's right here. Why did I have this? I had 2 of these saved as the same thing. Okay, this is the right one right here. Anyway, what you do is, this shows you the layout on the screen, and yeah, basically, to get your layout, it'll generate a layout for you. So this default one's 31, so you can change this to like 17, for instance, and then steps right. Maybe you want 3 steps up, 1 or 2 or whatever, and it'll show you what it would look like. Right, so you see it here, and then basically you just go to that web app, the other web app, and you just put the layout on your instrument. And then the only thing is if you have the smaller instrument, one of these rows is like kind of weird. It's like the last one instead of the first one or whatever. But you have to connect it to your instrument, and then you can like send the layout to your instrument. And then if you really like the layout, like if you're gonna do like a 15-year one, then you know you're gonna keep the layout. You can save the layout. You can save up to 3 to your instrument. But what I would do when I was doing this is I would take screenshots of all my layouts and just save them. And then you go to this thing, the scale generator, and you make sure it matches your layout. So this layout, steps 1 is 2, and steps right is 3. And then you make the right click where it says scale, and then click export. So right here you right click, export. That gives you this file, and you go to Scale Workshop, and you take the contents of this file and you paste it into Scale Workshop, and 17 Edo 2x3 or whatever. Export the Scala file or whatever type you want. Load that up in your synth, and then the tuning will match your layout. So it's definitely a less elegant solution than the firmware, but it does work. And I did this, for a while. In fact, before Romeo sent me this, I did 1 or 2 where I just went in and did all this on my own. And I put in all these numbers on my own. I just figured out what it would be so it would match the layout. And that was super annoying. So I was super glad that Romeo's came up with this web app. But yeah, you can do all that whenever you want, and you don't have to change anything. What the hell is this? It's some stuff for linnstrument, so you can do microtonal layouts on linnstrument. Mr. Leakey, our prize moderator, has recently acquired one. Great job, Mr. Gurdorn. Thank you for the seminars of genius wisdom. Yeah, no problem. So yeah. You know what? Since I'm already at my computer, hold on, let me grab a drink real quick. And then I'll just go ahead and do this long rant about chords. Because I really want to do this rant. So I'll be right back. Just 2 seconds. Okay, so basically, and again, I don't have a solution. I just have a bunch of thoughts about this. But I just want to explain kind of the problem. And I kind of want to go over like what I've been thinking about with regards to it as to where a possible solution might lie. And again, I don't have a solution, and I don't even know that this is going to lead to anything, but it's kind of just where I've been going. So first, I'll say like we do have chord naming systems for microtonal chords. Kite came up with one, who knows how long ago. It's probably been around for a long time now, and it works for most Edos. And then doing the 22 Edo tuning of the year stuff, we kind of came up with a very similar chord nomenclature to that. The biggest difference just being that instead of doing Pythagorean, instead of naming chords according to the note spellings, we just decide that this interval is a major third, so this is a major chord, and we kind of just go more by ear. So it's just a different approach, but they end up looking very similar. There's some kind of big differences, but on paper they look very similar, and they are very similar approaches. They just differ on that one kind of essential thing, which is should the spellings and should the nomenclature reflect the spellings or reflect the sound, and that's the biggest difference. So we came up with that for 22, which is applicable to all kinds of tunings, and it's applicable to 27, and it works for 27. And I haven't looked into it like super deep yet, but I'm kind of just assuming that it works completely for 27. I have made no effort to break it. I haven't applied it to extended chords and stuff, but I don't really know why it wouldn't work, because it honestly doesn't seem that complicated where it would just break. It's like it should work the same as it does in 22. I don't see why it wouldn't. But just to be safe, we will eventually go and look. So what am I talking about? So what is that system? So that system of naming triads and stuff is, I'll make the font maybe a little extra big, or I'll zoom in, I guess. So in that system, basically, in 27 equal, you have 5 basic triads. So the basic triads are just let's even back up a little bit. You have 5 types of third. You have a subminor third, you have a minor third, you have a neutral third, a major third, and a super major third. And again, we're talking about 27 Edo. Put that up top in case anybody's confused what we're talking about. Okay, and the subminor third in 27 is I think it's 7 Edo steps. Let me double check. It's either 6. I think it's 6 Edo steps actually. It's 6 Edo steps. The minor third is 7 Edo steps. The neutral third is 8 Edo steps. 9 for the major, of course. And then 10 for the super major. So your basic triads are just these intervals on the bottom, and then the perfect fifth on top, the most basic, and that's not the official meaning of basic triad. Basic triad would, in standard music theory would also include like diminished and augmented, and that's it actually. But I'm not even talking about those. I'm just talking about your chords with perfect fifths. In microtonal systems, I personally define those as basic triads. So by triad I mean it's just a chord made out of 2/3. That's all I mean by triad. If it's not 2/3 stacked on top of each other, it's not counting it. And then if it's a basic triad, if it has a perfect fifth. So that's it. So these are the 5 basic triads. And basically, you can spell every chord. You can spell any chord you want using this as kind of the home base, and then just modifying the fifth. So as long as you have a symbol for each of these thirds. So if we say sub minor is little s, minor is little m, neutral is either big or little n, doesn't really matter. Major is big M, and super major is big S. So if you have a chord that is a major third followed by a sub minor third, that would be, well, actually, before we do that, let's just go over what the basic triads are. So the five basic triads. That would be a sub minor. So if it was a C sub minor, that would be C, E flat, and G. The distance from C to E flat is a sub minor third. The distance from E flat to G is a super major third. So you go sub minor third, super major third. That would be spelled C, E flat, G. Then C minor would be a minor third followed by a major third. That would be, dude, I hate fucking notes, man. I literally turn all this shit off and it still fucking fucks me, dude. Doesn't give a fucking shit what I want, dude. Anyway, this would be C, up E flat, and then G. There goes my like educational clip. Anyway, family friendly educational clip. Alright, then C neutral would just be neutral third. That'd be C, E half flat, G. C major would be major third, minor third. Fuck you. That would be C down E, G. And then super major would be super major third, followed by sub minor third. That'd be C, E, G. Okay, so those are the 5 basic triads. So using these as kind of the starting point, you can basically spell any chord you want. And then I think there's some obvious exceptions, like for instance, the major third in 27 equal is the same as the major third in 12 equal. And of course it's also symmetrical. So you have the standard augmented chord. So you just say C augmented is C, but the notes are spelled differently. C down E, and then oh shit, what is the which G is it? Because normally it would be major, so it'd be up 2, so G half sharp. So G, C down E, G half sharp. And that'd be a C augmented. And then with the diminished chords, it's really not as straightforward because you actually have like a few candidates for diminished chord. But anyway, pretty much all the chords you could spell like, and again, it's not necessarily like the best way of doing this, but it's just, it works, is all I'm saying. So you could spell any chord with like, say you wanted a sub minor third, say you wanted a sub diminished triad, right? We don't even have to come up with a symbol for this. So subdiminished triad would just be so C augmented would be major third, right? So a C subdiminished, right, would be sub minor third, and that'd be spelled C flat, G flat. Well, what kind of symbol would you use for that? Like you could do like C, S dim, or some, there's all kinds of stuff you could cook up for that. You could just do C sub minor, flat 5. So you can express the chord with by specifying the quality of the third and then altering the fifth. And basically every triad you can spell using that system. There's even chords that aren't technically triads that you could spell using the system. But of course, if they're not triads, they're actually probably misspelled because they're inversions of actual triads. But yeah, so you could spell all the triads using this. Again, triad meaning a 3-note chord made out of thirds. So yeah, the subdiminished you spell C sub minor flat 5, and that would mean these notes. It's got the sub minor third, the fifth is completely flat. So what alterations are there for flats? So what alterations are there for the fifth? The fifth can be flat. You have flat 5, you have up flat 5, you have half flat 5, you have down 5. You have perfect 5, which you never would specify, unless it was like a C5 chord, you know what I mean? And then you have up 5, then you have, half sharp 5, then you have down sharp 5, and then you have sharp 5. So, yeah, all of your chords could be expressed that way. So if you wanted two, say you wanted 2 super major thirds, right? That would be C super major, sharp 5. You know what I mean? That easy, right? Say you wanted super major followed by a neutral third. Neutral third would be 2 less than that. So that would be C super major, half sharp 5. Welcome back again, Uno fan. I hope you're playing lots of Uno in the interim. And blah, blah, blah. So you can spell any chord you want, and it would be clear what the notes are. You know what I mean? Now, some of these, maybe there's a better, so going to the diminished chords, for instance. So the classic diminished chord in 27, I believe, it goes minor third, sub minor third. We could spell that C diminished, maybe. We could just say that's C diminished. Or because there's some ambiguity, because sub minor third is another type of diminished chord. And then minor third is another type of diminished chord. And even sub minor is another type. Since there's so many diminished chords, now when you throw in the neutral thirds, I mean, some of those maybe kind of sound like diminished chords too. It depends on context and all that. You could just say, fuck it, just let's spell them all. Let's just say what the notes are using this. So if you wanted that, it would be C minor. The 5 would be up flat, right? C minor, up flat 5. And that would be basically that O-tonal diminished. Alright, so you can do this, you can spell all your chords, blah, blah, blah. And we did this with 22 equal, the 22 Edo triads. That's all grainy. Here's all 16 triads and 22 equal. I have the spelling on C. And then we have here is basically what I'm showing you guys. So under trad right here, this is traditional spelling. With a couple exceptions. We have like kind of an unambiguous, maybe it is slightly ambiguous, and you could do it either way, but we went ahead and said, I keep saying we, it was mostly me, but we went ahead and said this is the official diminished chord. I mean, other people did agree with that, so it wasn't actually just me. And then, you know, this is subdiminished, and people did tell me they liked that name for that chord, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, anyway, there you have it. So that's all those chords in 22. Now 22 only has 16 chords, right? So the thing is though with 22, I don't even use this system. I know how to use it. And I kind of came up with it. I mean, I had a little help, I suppose, but it just seemed like a logical extension of 12 equal notation. But I actually came up with this other notation first, this temp notation, and as you can see, it has a bunch of just like nonsense symbols. Now this works for me, but a lot of people complain about it, but a couple people seem to like it. And I really like it, and I really like it for 22, but I've been trying to apply it to 27, and I kind of anticipated this, but I think in 27 it's maybe impractical. The reason being, the temperament notation, basically you have new symbols to go with your normal symbols of like major, minor, super major, sub minor. There's no neutrals in 22. We have this W, that's Orwell, that's the subdiminished chord. And then we have this Orwell minor, and this Orwell major chord. And these are both, all three of these are generated by the Orwell temperament. And so basically in the simplest form of Orwell in 22 equal, these are the three chords in that scale. So it kind of makes sense to associate them together if you're familiar with the scale, which obviously most people aren't, but you could become familiar with it. But basically if you know the scale at all, and then you just kind of see, oh, these are the different, and also the chords are similar. They all have sub-minor thirds. Two of them have a sub-minor and a major third, and then one of them is just two sub-minor thirds stacked. Hey, Danny, what's up? So those chords are related by that temperament, and then D is just short for diminished. We just have two quality diminished chords. The plus is for the O tonal, the minus, or the plus for the O tonal, the minus for the U tonal. I'm not going to get into all that right now. So you see these pluses and minuses. This was kind of an idea I had to like differentiate these chords without having to come up with like a whole new symbol for every single chord. So like with the Orwell, we do plus for the Orwell major, which is major third, sub-minor third, and then we do minus for the Orwell minor, which is sub-minor third, major third. It's just flipped, and then it's just no plus or minus for the subdiminished chord. No, it's notated in superpipe. No, this is a temperament notation I came up with for 22 equal. And if you look to the right of this, it shows you the same chord in kite notation. And if you actually, I have this on my notes. Let's just pull it up here because it'll look a little cleaner. So yeah, you can see it. It's in kite notation here. It's in traditional notation here. Oh, here I put the other. So C sub minor flat 5, C sub minor up flat 5, C sub minor down 5. So if you, obviously you don't know these symbols. Before you know the symbols, you can look at this to translate. But anyway, all these symbols are just shorthand for different temperaments. And anyway, my goal was not to talk about this temperament notation. I've talked about it a bunch on stream. I should and probably will do a video just going over this, but I do have a video posted on my page. It says 22 Ito triads or whatever, and it has the symbols and it has the full names of the chords. It does not explain how they all relate to each other. That's what I should do in another video. But they do all relate to each other in different ways. J is short for magic. Magic is like 2 major thirds and 22 equal. And then magic minor is when you invert that. And then magic major is when you invert it again. And then the Z is for sense of magic, which is another temperament that 22 Ito supports. It's also arguably the other augmented chord. So in kite notation, sense of magic is the augmented chord. And then a lot of people consider the magic chord the augmented chord. So I put that as the augmented chord in the traditional notation. But arguably 22 equal has no real augmented chord. It has 4 augmented chords. Anyway, the whole point I'm getting at is that for 22 equal, there's this traditional system and this kite system, and these are both comprehensive. And this 2 qual is just another version of the traditional system. And actually, the 2 qualifier system would work for 27 as well. And it's just the traditional system, but instead of, actually, I don't know if it would work for 27 because it requires that you have a interval quality for all the fifths. So in 22 equal, inspired by Romeo's put out this naming convention for the intervals for 22, where he called the up 5 or the down 5 and up flat 5 and the flat 5 like sub minor and minor and major, and same thing with the fourth. The order he did it in was kind of weird because he equated the perfect fourth with the sub minor fourth, which in a way I think makes sense because it's like preserves the interval logic, which that's something that kite's notation also does, which is a reason that like kite really likes doing it that way, and I think is one thing that a lot of people like about his notation system. I don't even understand what that means. It literally means nothing to me. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't know what it preserves interval arithmetic. I don't know what that. It's just I don't know what that is. But anyway, that's the advantage of like qualifying the intervals in that sort of way. It seems counterintuitive to me, so all I did was I just flipped the intervals so that they kind of made more sense to me. Whether or not it's more logical actually is, I guess, debatable. But basically, like, you can qualify the fifths in 22 equal as being like perfect, minor, sub minor, diminished, and kind of the opposite with the fourths. You can say major, super major, augmented. And if you use those interval qualifiers, you can spell chords just using 2 qualifiers, one for the third and one for the fifth. So like the sub-diminished chord, you can say C sub minor diminished 5. So it'd be C as D5. and you just literally qualify both the third and the fifth. And if you wanted, you could even just take the 5 out. It's kind of redundant. You know what I mean? So instead of doing CSD5, you just do CSD and CSS, CSM. But I'll put the 5s in just for whatever. But you can obviously do it either way. So that sort of system can apply if you can qualify every fifth. The thing is, in 27 equal, you have so many fifths. I don't know what I tried to come up with a clean way of qualifying the fifths, similar to how we did it in 22, but I really couldn't do it. It's kind of trickier because there's just more fifths. So you just sort of run out of typical terms, and then you run into like, should this be super augmented? Should this be sub-augmented? How do you even notate that? Like, what's a symbol for sub-augmented? You know, it becomes weird. Do you call a fourth or a fifth neutral? That seems weird. Like, neutral and perfect seem like they should be the same thing. I know some people think they're different. I don't know how they can be different. Just makes no sense to me. But maybe someone will enlighten me on that, and we'll get a good 2 qualifier system for 27. Thanks to their insights, but I don't think I'm going to figure that out. But okay, so 22, I'm pretty satisfied with what we have. I really like the temperament notation, and the traditional notation, I think, is probably good enough for most people. And not everybody likes the temperament notation. But basically, I think between the 4 of these, what else do you need? You know what I mean? Other than like just coming up with names based on convention of like how chords end up being used. Like maybe certain chords will get like nicknames and stuff, and then the terminology will evolve organically. That's obviously better and great and what we want, but you know, in the meantime, just to have something to call the chords, I think this is good. So why can't we just do this in 27 equal? Well, we can do it in 27 equal, but we can't do all of it. We can do the traditional notation, which again is fine, but what are the problems with traditional notation? Is it a real problem? You know, the too long don't read on that is, no, it's not really a problem. It's definitely not a pressing problem. But I will admit that in my experience working with 22 equal, using this traditional system and this temperament notation, the temperament notation feels way better. It feels a lot more elegant and intuitive, which I know people are like, no, it doesn't. I don't know what any of this means. But in my experience, it really does. And I think, maybe it's just unique to me. I don't know, but I suspect that, if someone actually like sat down with these and messed with both of them, I'm probably not the only person that would feel that way. So, is there a more elegant solution for chord nomenclature that we can apply to tunings that have more types of triads? Because with 22, there's only 16 triads, and we can find how different chords relate, so we can, even though we do add symbols, we didn't add a ton. In fact, let's go through and look. Like, we added a W, we added a K, which we could arguably get rid of the K and replace it with a D, but we added a K, we added a Z, and we added a J. So we added 4 symbols, and we added a new convention, which is putting pluses and minuses to certain chords to make it clear what it is. So we kind of changed how it works slightly, but it doesn't affect any of the normal chords. It doesn't affect the major, minor, super major, or sub minor. And it adds, just 4 new symbols. So, and that accounts for 16 different triads. So, what do we do with 2070 though? So I was trying to do this in 2070 though, and I was looking up temperaments, and it's not. It's 25 now. We're up to 25. I did find a lot of temperaments that align with chords, right? And with the 22 thing, I had a lot of help, but since that's been done, I kind of understand how that works. I kind of just tried doing this on my own. And there are temperaments that account for a lot of these chords, and we could do the same sort of temperament notation. I even came up with some symbols that could be used. But like already we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new symbols, which feels like a lot. And then that's not even complete though, is the thing. There's still 2 pairs of intervals that don't have associated temperaments. And I don't think they have associated Moss scales. So they might have an associated temperament, but it's not easy to find what they are. Because they don't have Moss scales. I don't think. They might. They might have like a rank 3, that wouldn't be MOS, but they could work in rank 3 scales, but there's no rank 2 scale that supports these chords. So, but either way, we would probably add, say each one of these has a separate temperament or scale or something, we somehow figure that out or make something up. Are we going to add 2 more symbols to that? That would mean that we would add 8 symbols to name the chords of 27 equal. That just feels like too much. Maybe there are ways to consolidate that I'm not seeing. The thing is, I haven't been messing with 27 equal for that long. Maybe I'm rushing into the chord naming, and maybe some of this stuff could kind of work itself out just by becoming more familiar with it. But either way, like, I've been thinking about this, and I'm just wondering, like, is there another way that's different from all these ways I've outlined? And I haven't come up with one, but I sort of have just been thinking about how these chords are organized and how they are arranged symmetrically. And I'm curious if there's some way of... I'm not working on a track right now. Well, I'm working on lots of tracks all the time, but no. Sorry, dude. Maybe later I'll show you something. So, anyway. That's just piano tech. I mean, dude, I'm in the middle of a rant, man. If you don't like the rant, go watch something else. I don't know what to tell you, man. Alright, so, anyway. Please be nice to Gil. Dude, Gil, every time Gil comes in, Gil asks me to do something else. He doesn't just, like, accept what's going on. He never asks questions about what's going on. He always tries to change what's happening. Like, seriously, almost like every time. To be fair, he does sometimes come in and say, oh, that's a cool sound. But, 4 out of 5 times, it's, oh, hey, look up this song. Oh, hey, do this. Like, dude, I'm doing what I'm doing, man. If you don't like it, then I'm sorry. He wants to make sure that the freedom meters aren't red yet. Yeah, that's true. Alright, anyway. dude, no offense to guilt, man. I mean, guilt's cool. I don't have a problem with guilt. It's just, you know, like I'm in the middle of something. All right. No, dude, it's not how humans are. It's how you are, man. And you don't understand basic politeness. Like, not everyone on the internet, like, just acts like that all the time. Like, yes, it's true, people aren't as polite online as they are in person in general. I agree with that. But, like, you're a regular to this stream, man. And it's like you could extend some courtesy, man. It's like I'm not a total stranger. I mean, I know we don't know each other, but I recognize your username, man. I've been streaming a long time, man. Well, not that long, but, you know. It's been again and again and again, dude. Cut me some slack, man. Alright. Anyway. What was I even fucking saying, man? This episode's got to you. Okay, anyway, so what was I getting at? I'm just saying that I was going into this attempting to apply temperament notation to 27 equal. It doesn't seem like that's working out. Maybe all we need is the classic notation. I think that the classic notation is good enough. I don't think there's a pressing need for this, but I'm very curious about whether or not there is some more elegant solution that could apply to this. And if there is, maybe it could apply to other more complicated systems as well. Not hurting me, and we'll never ever go in this direction. Okay, thanks, dude. You're not hurting me. I'm not saying you're hurting me. I'm just saying it's just a common thing. It's kind of annoying, that's all. It's just, you know, like when you pop up and I'm in the middle of something and you're like, hey dude, can you do this? It's like, either you're just not enjoying the stream, or like you know what I mean? And it's like, oh, I'm sorry you don't enjoy the stream, but you know, I kind of am enjoying what I'm doing, so I'm just sort of being annoyed and distracted. So like, it's like, I want you to enjoy the stream, but like, I'm just doing what I'm doing. I'm open to suggestions, but like, if I'm in the middle of something and I'm focused and I'm in the heat of the moment of it, it's like, what? Like, that's not the time. Why not, like, you could, you know, wait 5 minutes. Like maybe when I'm done rambling or something, or you know, there's no courtesy about it. It's like there's no recognition of that. You're not acknowledging my. Yeah, that's the thing, is you don't like what I'm doing and you're trying to change the stream right now, and I can tell, and it's just annoying. Like, I'm sorry you don't like it right now, but I still am doing it. I'm still doing it, and there are maybe other people who do like it or will like it, or regardless, it doesn't matter. I still feel a need to put this out here, to put it out there, put it on the stream, put it out in some way. You know, half the time I'm not even half the time, 95% of the time I'm not even looking to see if anyone's watching, because it just, you know, sometimes people watch, sometimes people don't. So I just pretend someone's watching. If someone's in chat, I'm assuming at least one person's watching. So I'm just doing what I feel I need to do in the moment. And you know what I mean? It's like, it's just a little distracting, man. It's not a huge deal, but like, it is a little annoying. But only because it's over and over and over again, man. It's like if I see your name, it's like I just associate that with like trying to derail the stream in some way, trying to control the stream in some way. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. I'm glad that you show up and enjoy it sometimes. And I hope you're happy enough to keep coming back. If you're not, I'm sorry, I couldn't do what you wanted me to do. Okay, Anyway, getting to this. I could just ignore it. Yeah, I could just ignore you, dude, but that would be rude as well. But maybe next time I will. You have felt the wrath of Mr. Gordon when he's passionate about alternative. He does. One must be very careful. I guess so. All right. It's not a huge deal. I just, it's like, I'm in the middle of a rant, dude, and I keep getting derailed. Okay. Because the other thing is like, I could like close the chat and just do my thing, but a lot of times people come in and they're actually saying things that are like have to do with what I'm doing, and they're actually like contributing to what's going on, and that happens enough where I want to keep the chat open. You know what I mean? I want to pay attention to what people are saying, but yeah. Okay. Anyway. All right. So where are we at? So basically, temperament notation might not work for 27 equal. Is there another way of spelling chords? That's my question. Do we just do the classic notation? Do we keep looking for another system? So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to illustrate in a MS Paint Online. Although maybe I can do it in text as well. But so basically, like with every group of triads, you have different sized fifths, right? So what makes naming triads so hard? Like in the middle of 27 equal, we have our what I call basic triads, which, like I said before, that would be like the subminor, right? So like, we'll just say these are all C. So we have C subminor, we have C minor, we have C neutral, C major, C supermajor, right? And this, in Ito steps, the subminor is 6, and then 6 and 10 or whatever, right? And 6 and 10, which makes a total of 16 Ito steps. So the fifth is 16, and in all of these, the fifth is 16, right? It's a perfect fifth. You know what I mean? So, and this one will be 7 and 9. This one will be 6 and 6. Or sorry, 8 and 8. This one is 9 and 7. It's just the flip of that one. This one is 10 and 6. So already, like, there's a symmetry here, right? You see there's a symmetry here. The major is just the flip of the minor, and the supermajor is the flip of the subminor, and the neutral, when you flip it, it's just itself, so the neutral is symmetrical, right? So these are all the basic triads, right? That's what I'm calling it, okay? So they're basic triads, which means perfect 5, which is 16, right? So that's, fuck, can I control Z? Okay, so on the extreme end, you have a subdiminished triad, which is 2 subminor chords, which is just 6, 6, which is just 12, right? And that is a diminished fifth, right? But we don't use D because it's half flat, because we have half flats. It's a flat 5, right? So that's on one end. And then on the other end, we have a super augmented, which is a sharp 5. And that's super super, and that's 10 10, and that's 20, right? How many is it again? 12. Let's try to keep this all the same. This is terrible. Okay, so anyway, so between 12 and 16 and 16 and 20, we have this whole region where the fifths get flatter. As we get closer to diminished, we have some diminished triads. As we get closer to super augmented, we have some augmented triads. And we also have like a mixture of like weird chords in between. If we were in 22, this would look almost exactly the same, but it'd be a lot simpler, because in the middle we'd have the subminor, which is 5 and 8, and then the minor, which is 6 and 7, and the major, which is 7 and 6, and then super major, which is 8 and 5, and then you would have, and those are all perfect fifth, of course. And then you have 3 chords with a down 5. So that would be the Orwell major, Orwell minor, and the chemic chord. And the major is just 7/5, the minor is 5/7, and the chemic is 6/6, right? And the chemic is arguably like a type of diminished chord, but the other two are like kind of a weird chord. And then you have the diminished chords, which are up flat 5 chords. So that would be the utonal and otonal diminished, and that'd just be 6 and 5, and then 5 and 6, and then on the extreme end you'd have the subdiminished, which is a flat 5 chord, which is the Orwell chord. So this is the lower half, and then on the other side it literally just parallels that. So just like you had 3 down 5s, you have 3 up 5s. So it's all symmetrical. And the up 5 chords, it's just the magic, which is 7/7, the sensa minor, and sensa major, which is 8/6 and 6/8, which is super major, minor, and then minor, super major. And then you have, and magic is arguably an augmented chord. And then you have your down sharp 5 chords, which are augmented. And that's the magic major, and the magic minor, which is just 8-7 and 7-8. And then your super augmented in 22 is a sense of magic. And that's just a sharp 5. And you only have one of those. And that's the CZ, which is 8-8. Okay, so what am I getting at with this? So this symmetry that you see in 22 equal, the same thing applies in 27 equal, just you have more. So right here, you have 4 down 5 chords. Right here you have 4 up 5 chords. Then you have 3 half sharp chords, 3 half sharp 5 chords. Then you have 2 down sharp chords, down sharp 5 chords. Then you have 1 super augmented chord. So do you see the symmetry here? So you'd have 3 half flat chords. Then you'd have 2 up flat chords. And then 1 flat 5 chord. And you know, these, you know, the up flat 5s, that's just sub minor minor, and then minor sub minor, which is 7 and 6, and then 6 and 7. Or I flipped those actually. Let me do the top big ones on top. So minor sub minor minor, 7 6, 6 7. And then these, the 3 down 5, we have, or the 3 half flat 5, we have minor minor, we have sub minor neutral, and we have neutral sub minor, and then we have neutral minor, minor neutral, sub minor major, major sub minor. So 6 fucking, or 7, no sorry, what is it? What's neutral? 8 7 7 8, fucking 6 9, and then 9 6. And then it just flips over here, you know what I mean? So here you'd have 4 up 5 4 chords. So you have major neutral, neutral major. So you also notice, like, every time you get into here, you always have symmetrical orderings too. So like you have a neutral and then a minor, and then you have a minor and a neutral. And what I did in the temperament notation is that I would, like, you know, if it was like the Orwell chord, it's sub minor and major, or major and sub minor. So if the larger interval is first, it's a something major, so that's the Orwell major. Then, like with the magic triads, the magic major, those two intervals are major and super major. So the super major major is the magic major, then the major super major is the magic minor, because it's like the lesser of the minor, lesser of the magic triads, if that makes any sense. So you could do a similar thing with these, you know what I mean? Where like the major neutral, and then there's the neutral major, but then we also have like the super major minor, the minor super major, would that be? So that'd be 8, 9, and 8, 8 and 9, and then 10 and 7, 7 and 10, then the half sharp 5 chords would go. It'd be super, neutral, neutral, and super, and then major and major. So 10 and 8, 8 and 10, and then 9 and 9, and then there'd be 2 down sharp 5 chords. That'd be super and major and super, and that'd be 10 and 9, and 9 and 10. Anyway, so you can see there is this symmetry, and that it works on both sides of the basic triads, and that in these individual groups there are also symmetries. So again, I don't have a solution, but I'm just thinking about like how these triads are distributed, and I'm wondering if there are ways, and I feel like with the temperament notation, we kind of are getting into this sort of thinking about the chords, but not completely. It's like kind of a step towards this, more like zoomed out way of thinking about chords. But because we take like a diminished and say there's a major diminished basically and a minor diminished, because there's a plus diminished and a minus diminished, and those are flips of each other. One is minor, subminor, the other is subminor, minor. So there's this like polarity thing, which I think like the plus and the minus, or just like using these terms, major and minor, etc., in more context-specific ways. So like one thing I'm thinking about is like, so you have the basic triads. These are like unqualified. So you have +1 chords and you have -1 chords. So like, is this a polarity? This is a -1/5. I mean, obviously this is a polarity. This is a +1/5. But I'm saying, is there something you can do in notation that consolidates this information using this polarity? You know what I mean? And then, because you could say, for instance, and I'm not saying that we should do this, maybe this would be confusing, but there could be even a way of like relating the subdiminished to the superaugmented, because one's a -4, one's a +4. You know what I mean? Like that in itself is kind of a way. There's only one +4 and one -4. You know what I mean? So if we were to say even like, I don't know, just do a new note here. If we were to even say like a C -4, I'm not saying this is the solution, but if we were aware of this, oops, zoom in, should be shift coming in, dot, is that what it is? So if we were even aware of this layout, for instance, like if the chords are organized in a particular way, if you were like, again, this is not the solution, But like you could even like just turn this into a list of 25 chords. Like that's not, I'm not seriously suggesting this, but I'm just saying like, these are the triads in 27 equal. If you were to just arrange them in brightness, you could say subdiminished, you could either say subdiminished is 1, or you could even say it's like -4. And then like, you could say the utonal diminished would be like -3.1, and the otonal was -3.2 if they ascend in brightness. You know what I mean? So that would be like C sub diminished. This would be CSS or whatever. And then CS minor and then C minor S, right? So that's something. And then like the other thing is just like applying the same. Well, so another thing is like there's always going to be a triad that's like 2 of the same interval. So like obviously like neutral, we don't necessarily want to change the name neutral or anything like that, but like if it's 2 subminors, there's also like, you know, it's just like a double sub, I don't know, sub square, I don't know. These are, you know, I don't really necessarily like that. It's just, these are all like possibilities. And then like here, it's like, we can do utonal, otonal, diminished. Those do apply. I like those terms, but you know, we could also, so instead of, like we can use C utonal, we wouldn't use that though because we have half flats in this. We use dim in this, but you know, we could also like apply the term minor to it if we wanted to. C diminished minor, stuff like that. Again, not saying this is the solution, just these are like thoughts I'm having about this, like C dim, thoughts were C dim major. I know it's not a major chord, but like it's just in this diminished category, like the 3 eta steps down 5th category, it's the major of the chords or whatever. Then that all lines up with 22 equal pretty cleanly, but when we look at the categories right next door to the basic triads, we have 4 of them. So, well, here's the other thing is like, we could just ignore the temperament thing entirely, and we could just look at the quality of the 5th. We could have terms for the quality of the 5th, like, if you don't want to say down 5, like maybe there's a better, maybe there's just a, maybe there's like a word for down 5 we can use, like, I don't want to use the word wolf, but say we just used wolf. If we were to apply the term wolf to all of the down 5 chords, we have 4 different versions of this. So that kind of parallels subminor, minor, major, super major. So the down 5 chords could be like, so if we organize these, dark top, bright, be sub, then major, then minor, then neutral, then minor, then super, then major, then sub minor. So this could be wolf sub minor. This could be wolf minor, wolf major, Wolf super major. You know what I mean? So then you could have like, I don't know how you'd express that. Maybe you would just add a W. So maybe it'd be like a CWS, CWN, CW big N, CWS, or maybe even like little w for minor, so CW. Maybe add an extra minus or something for the subminor, and add a plus for the supermajor. I don't know. These are all just options. You just CW there. I don't know. These are wolf emoji. Yeah. Like these could be, you know what I mean? And then you would want to find one for the up 5 chords. Maybe there's a symbol that would, you know, go with that. So, I don't know. These are kind of the thoughts I'm having with this, is like, is there some way of like organizing this information in a way that's logical but is less cumbersome and feels a little more elegant and is maybe not as difficult to say. But the other thing is, like, say you do a system like this, isn't it so annoying to learn and unintuitive? Like, isn't it just annoying to learn and unintuitive anyway? So would there even be a point? Like, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of confidence in what I have right now. And I'm not really sure that it's going to go anywhere. But yeah, these are the things that I'm thinking. Well, wolf, like, because some people call like the down 5s, like even the up 5s too, like wolf 5ths, because they howl, like when, because they're out of tune. But it's sort of a pejorative term. I don't really like the term applied to chords, because it implies an interval that should be avoided. And I tend to like all the chords, so I don't want any of them to feel like they should be avoided or whatever. So I'm not advocating for a wolf necessarily. Dog tone, yeah, you get that. There we go. Waffle tone, I like that. So anyway, that is basically where I'm at with this. Again, I don't have a solution. I'm just kind of thinking about, like, what do you do with this shit? And then, like, if you can come up with a system that is like based on this symmetry, it should be applicable to different eidos. But I don't know. It's definitely like you could do it in this way. You could do it like a list. Like this could be listed in darkness to brightness. I don't think that's the solution, but like you could do -4, -3.1, -3.2 versus 3.1, 3.2. Like, you know what I mean? It'd be kind of weird, but it would be a way of organizing the chords. It wouldn't be good though, so yeah, I'm not advocating for that. I definitely would prefer like classic notation over that. But yeah, anyway, that's all I got. I just figured I'd throw that out there. Share this with the people. Maybe someone has some ideas with respect to this, because I don't know. Yeah, it would have to be microtonal. So yeah, if like right now I'm trying to figure out like chord nomenclature for 27 equal. Now will you consider to share your genius songs with, is Gilp here? I mean, I'm not really working on anything right now. I have some random ideas I can show you. Gilp, if you're here, I'll show you some stuff. If you're not, I guess I'll show Mr. Leakey since he's asking. Here's my most recent doodles in 23 equal. Gilp watches the VODs religiously. Not true. But let's say he does. Hold on. I've been trying to come up with something in 23 equal. Been messing around with more like drum sounds and stuff. There's that. There's this. And this is all in 23, not 27, just to be clear. It's all just dumb bullshit. What was the newest? That's all I got. Just a bunch of nothing. Whole lot of nothing. I've been working on this album. It's not microtonal. Oh, I did. Did I have something in here I liked? Maybe I did. Maybe I had something in here that I liked. What is this? Yeah, don't really have anything there either. this is this? Oh, is this like is this the thing? Don't kill the boss. Anyways, don't really have anything, just like messing around. I don't think that's anything. Yeah. I am working on an album that's not microtonal. I have a song that is microtonal. I need to record some vocals for it, but and do some drums and all that. Yeah, we'll work on that eventually. Where's the most recent one? I just open it. I'll show you one of my songs. It's not microtonal, but I won't play the whole song. It's kind of long, but I'll show you all a little bit of it since we're here. I was around last summer. I haven't worked on it. I have the scratch piano for it. I need to record vocals on it. This is not microtonal. I'm not gonna play the whole song. I'll jump ahead, jump around.
I die incomplete, so weak. And I thought I'd tell you something wise, you'd learn about yourself. What I said. I thought I'd tell you something wise, you'd learn about yourself. It turns out I have more complaints. I threw your crooked smile and your insistence, things are swell. Deep down I know you feel the same way. That you're not in control, even though Don't you realize that you barely scrape the middle? You look down on me, but you know I'll never stop. You don't make mistakes because you don't play the game. Six quick clicks and the lights stop flickering on and off, and the mind stops wondering how we're still in control, even though we insist we don't have to have control. Turns out that we don't matter.
Okay. Oh shit. Getting my computer set up. Oh. Should just make a separate file because I keep gotta send it to me around. Alright. Okay, yeah, alright, very nice. So, yeah. See, it is nice to kind of just put those thoughts out there. Yeah, there are a ton of really cool chords in 27 equal. Even if you just go through the triads, like they are quite nice. There's a lot of really good ones. The that O-tonal diminished is like super crunchy and buzzy. That's basically like the nice tone. Diminished triad. So if you're in, it's the top bit of the 5/7 chord. It's so crunchy, it's so nice. But yeah, maybe we should go through all the triads again. So we have that subdiminished, and then kind of U-tonal diminished, and that O-tonal diminished. We have like a subminor neutral thing. So this fifth is a half flat 5. So like like in the subdiminished has the flat 5. So these sub minor flat 5. That U-tonal diminished should be sub minor up flat 5. O-tonal diminished should be minor half flat 5. And then sub minor half flat 5. So neutral half flat 5. And then we would also have minor half flat 5, which that's symmetrical. Or not really, I guess, but it's 2 minor thirds. So I don't know if these are diminished, these two. They don't really sound like diminished chords, but I guess I could try like, yeah, even if I like use it as the top of a doesn't seem to make like a dominant chord either when used with another note. Maybe that one kind of does. Maybe you could go to a minor chord. Or a neutral chord even. This is neutral, so it seems to work like on top of a neutral, like a neutral dominant kind of, sort of interesting. Yeah, I guess it can be used like on top of it. That one is the neutral and the subminor. What about the subminor and the neutral? What did that same kind of... Yeah, it's pretty similar. So yeah, I guess it can be used in like a kind of diminished way. It can be like the top of a dominant chord maybe, in like a neutral context maybe. I don't know if it works as well. I don't think it works as well going on like a major chord. So we go. Yeah, it doesn't work as well, but I think it can be, maybe it can be used to kind of like how like in if you're in a minor key, you usually do like the flat nine. Quite as well in 27. Yeah, maybe like giving it a putting that sort of dominant in a neutral context might work. I don't know. these sub-minor neutral, minor minor, neutral sub-minor. And this one does seem to make like a dominant chord. So let's see. I can just like we did these these have like vaguely diminished quality, maybe like context specific. Maybe outside of those contexts it can be used differently. Not like, doesn't feel as good as like that for diminished. But at the same time, this is super buzzy. So maybe you want like a less buzzy diminished. I don't know. It feels like it could be like a resolved. Now you build a mode off of that chord and resolve to that. That's a cool scale. I'm not really familiar with my step sizes. But this is a major second. So one thing that's kind of weird about 27 equal is that, so the seconds, so in 22, the seconds are, at least the way that I define them, and sort of gotten consensus from some other people that they agree with this. The seconds go subminor, minor, neutral, and major. So that can be kind of, I guess, issue to debate as to whether or not there are major and super major seconds in 22 or not. But I think most people are okay with saying neutral and major, and just accepting that the major is a little wide, but acceptable. In 27, the major second, the diatonic second is even wider, but it's still acceptable. But there's basically like two good seconds. So there's the major and the down major. The major is better, but the down major is not terrible. But you'd still end up using the major second with it. But there's no neutral second. So what do you call the seconds? I mean, I think you just say major and super major, even though it's probably more accurate to say sub major and major. But at the same time, when you go on the flip side of that to the sevenths, it really does seem like you have a sub minor and a minor rather than a minor and a super minor, if that makes any sense. Although maybe not. I guess I'll go back and double check that. But basically, what's weird about 27 is that you can, I think, convincingly accept that the diatonic second is a super major second. Which means a major second is like an alteration from diatonic. You use them both in nice tone. Super major, major, whatever the hell that is. Minor, and then super major, major, super major, minor. Why was I even talking about this? I can't remember. Oh yeah, because I wanted to learn these seconds. So we have major, it's really like a down major. I mean, it it's approaching neutral even. I don't know. That was weird. I don't know. Like, because I think you have a. The thing is, you also have a neutral second, right? Wait, do you? I think you do. Yeah, because you have subminor, minor, neutral, major, super major. So even though the major second is like neutral sounding, there is another second in the neutral spot. So maybe like the naming convention is like not as clean. Yeah, it kind of sounds like you have this subminor thing, minor, another minor, kind of a neutral, and then like a super major almost. So I think the seconds are like kind of weird, but like, I don't know, what do you do? Do you say subminor, down minor, minor, neutral, major, or super major? Like, I mean, it feels a little odd. Definitely worth thinking about, though. I think the thirds are a little cleaner. So you have super major, major, neutral, minor, subminor, and I think those all work pretty well. Yeah, but the seconds is a little. These feel kind of neutral, and then they kind of stack to neutral thirds too. So this scale goes C, down D, E half flat, F half sharp, G half sharp, B flat, C. Neutral half flat 5. Yeah, major half flat 5. Be a major down 5. Sub minor, half flat 5. Augmented, which you could also say major, up flat 5. No. Sharp 5. Wait, were some of these other ones augmented and I mislabeled them? Let's double check in a second. That would be neutral. Neutral up 5. Look at that neutral half flat 5. Let's double check this. So we have neutral half flat 5. Major down 5. Sub minor down 5. Sub minor half flat 5. Major up 5. Another major up 5. That's not right. I should do this. That's neutral. Neutral. Neutral up 5, and then neutral half flat 5. And the notes are C down E, E half flat, F half sharp, G half flat, A half flat, B See, that scale is rooted on that neutral half flat 5. It kind of feels like, is this the case that like we have subdiminished? If we move these up in Edo-stat, we have diminished. And then we'd have like a super diminished, or even like a neutral diminished. And like a major diminished. Like that'd be another thing to think about, is like, if you just have like a stack, but it's like, what is the stack supposed to be? Is the sub minor third on the top? I mean, if this is the diminished, we're just like moving that thing around. The sub minor third on the top, sub diminished, diminished, neutral diminished, super diminished. But that's almost a major chord. There's super major. Major down 5. Stay true to the crazy notes. Yes, sir. So yeah, this scale sounds like neutral diminished. Is it down 2, a half flat 3, half sharp 4, half flat 5, half flat 6, flat 7, no, up flat 7, then a root, obviously. It's got this strip of just those sub-major seconds. Yeah, they do sound kind of neutrally. That's a tetracot generator, I believe. So it's got like a long strip of tetracot. So if you compare it to tetracot, it's like a up. It's like tetracot. It's like an up 6 in tetracot. And then like a half flat 7 in tetracot. It's like up 6, half flat 7. It'd be like mode 3 of that tetracot. But that's kind of weird. neutral, 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 a neutral down 5, a neutral down 5, a minor down 5, minor down 5, back to neutral. So neutral, 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 neutral down 5, neutral down 5, minor down 5, minor down 5, neutral. So you have neutrals, neutral down 5s, and minor down 5s. So 3 neutrals, 2 minor down 5s, and or is that right? Or is it 3 neutrals? 3 neutrals, 2 minor down 5s, 2 neutral down 5s. So neutral, 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 neutral down 5, neutral down 5, minor down 5, minor down 5, neutral. So if you stack, get your tetrads, you have neutral, neutral 7, neutral, I don't know my 7s. Neutral minor 7. That's minor 7, minor 7, minor 7, minor 7, minor 7, neutral 7. So they're all minor 7s except for the first one's a neutral 7. So neutral, neutral 7, neutral minor 7, neutral minor 7, neutral down 5 minor 7, neutral down 5 minor 7, minor down 5 minor 7, minor down 5 minor 7. Yeah, you don't get a lot of variety in these MOS scales, but you don't really get a lot of variety in a diatonic scale either. But the thing is like the way the chords are distributed in like tetrachord and porcupine, it's like really lopsided. Like you have 4 of one chord type on the bottom basically, or 3, and then you have like 2 adjacent of one type and then 2 adjacent of another type. And they're both pretty similar. Whereas like this scale I was just like making up. That's a cool chord. So that one's the sub minor. 5. With a minor 7, I guess. Yeah. Major down 5, minor 7. So down D major, down 5, minor 7. Or down D. Seven. Down 5. Down D7, down 5. Something like that. Down D7, down 5. I don't know if you should specify the so the diatonic minor the diatonic 7. Sub minor 7. Sub minor. And then yeah, the same sub minor. A nice tone. Put the better third. Dominant-esque chord. A dominant-ish chord, I guess. And that's the D dominant. Down here. Snack. Maybe we'll stare at some 27 Nito intervals for a minute. Let's see.
keep watching this thing.
10% sharp of 9/7 and 10 cents flat of 13/10. It's like a perfect conflation. Tempers them like completely evenly. I don't know if like tempering the shift here towards one interval over the other. Probably their preference, I guess. The seconds are like kind of weird. They call this sub-minor 7 as I used to. I'll show you intervals that conflates. It's not even close. That one's 4 cents off. That was very close. 39.38. 39.38. That's the fifth of the fifth above the 13 over the no, it's not. It's 13 times 3. Yeah, it'd be a fifth above the 13 over freaking 19. Total 19. It's the difference between 1312 and 1918. It's just like random. I don't know what that has to do with anything. It's very accurate to that, but this one's a bit flat. Well, it's a bit sharp with this, so these are going to be even smaller. 34, 21. Yeah, the seconds are like definitely like oh, for some reason this one almost sounds neutral to me, and then these both kind of sound minor to me, but kind of just like want to say fuck it, just why overcomplicate it? Because the sevenths make sense. So if the sevenths make sense, it's just like whatever. Because you can call that a sub minor 7, that's okay. Especially because it stands for a 7/4, even though it's not like it. Very sub-minor, like almost minor. It's still like 7/4 is basically sub-minor. And then plus enough to neutral. And definitely super major and major. So it would be just annoying to mess with it, because it feels right for the sevenths. really not that weird when you consider it's like super tight, so everything's kind of sharp. And then a nice tone, you just like interlude that major second. So the neutral there is on like 5 cents shy of 1613, which I don't know how accurate 13 intervals need to be, but so far it seems like 5 cents is good enough. I've been done some papers, so I actually was like listening to some of these in 27 versus their JI counterparts. So you can hear like, here's 7/9 versus the super major third in 27. You hear they're a little off, and then here's 10/13 versus that same one. But then here's 7/9 10/13, the full JI chord, versus its analog in 27, which conflates those two intervals. So 7/9 is obviously different from 10/13, but in the 27 EO version, they're the same size. But when you listen to those two chords back to back, they sound very similar. Like it's definitely noticeable, but like this one's a little brighter sounding, but pretty similar quality overall. So I'd say it's like a, and that's 10 cents off of the 13. I mean, that's, yeah, but it's a gnarly chord like in 27. So we could listen to this neutral 1613. We could even compare that to like a neutral triad. Hold on a second. So yeah, like what were we gonna listen to? So 1613 versus 8 out of 27. So I guess 13, 16, whatever. Versus pretty similar. Is this still the same freaking thing? But it's like breaking. close, and then you can hear that this one's like a little sharper, I guess. Is it flatter? It's flatter. And then you can listen to these triads. These should sound noticeably different because the 5th and 27 is pretty off. And then like the 13 is going to be tuned flat, and the 5th is going to be, the 3rd harmonic is going to be tuned sharp. So I suspect these will sound a little different. I think I did this wrong. It should be 26. 32, 39. That should be right. They sound more similar even than I was expecting. I mean, I guess the errors aren't that extreme. I mean, if we hold these out for a while, and the beating is going to be really obvious in the second chord. Yeah. It's also that 5th. Compare that to a 3-2. Yeah, the 5th and 27 is so bad. Compare that to 12. It does noticeably beat in 12, but it's, I mean, this is raw sine wave or saw wave, so. Like on a piano timbre, it's not going to be that big a deal. Still hear beating though. It's very slow in 12 though. Can't remember the size of the 5th and 41 Oh, that shit keeps happening. It's so annoying. It works, but it pretends like it doesn't. Oh, maybe it's not working. No, forget it. Let's listen to 22. That one beats as well. It's not too bad. It's pretty bad compared to 12 though. Yeah, it's very bad compared to 12. Just compare these two. But yeah. Alright, let's play a little more lumatone. Kind of a cool chord. It says sub minor but with a major 7. That sounds trippy, like doesn't even sound minor at all. You can throw the major 3rd on top. That sounds minor, but I think this 3rd is so flat it's almost like you almost like hear like a 9, interestingly enough. This chord is major and neutral, so that's a major major up 5. Right there. I think these are both good dominant chords. Good major 7. Good neutral 7. It's basically got like a kind of like the 16-9 dominant versus the harmonic 7. From the super bass to a nice tune. Super major, super 7 to major 7. Neutral 7, minor 7, sub minor, sub 7. Neutral, minor, neutral, major, neutral down 5, It's a double minor chord. Major. So the 4 was major and then the 5 was a neutral down 5. That makes sense. Alternatively, you could go scale is like major, major, neutral. So major, major, neutral, super major, 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 neutral. And this one is super major, neutral, neutral, super major, neutral, super major, neutral. So this one's ranked 2. And then super major, neutral, the only seconds. And then this one is ranked 3, I think, because we have major, neutral, this one we have neutral, subminor, neutral, or subminor half flat 5, neutral, 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 neutral. Neutral half flat 5, neutral, neutral, subminor half flat 5, neutral, 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 neutral half flat 5. Neutral. So there's tons of neutrals in that. Because 1 was neutral, 4 was neutral, 5 was neutral, 6 was neutral, and so is 3. So 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then 2 was minor half flat 5, and 7 was neutral half flat 5. That's crazy. Hey Gabriel, imagine spilling a drink on that thing. Oh god, yeah. I'll be scared. I don't put drinks like near this thing. I'll put a drink on an amp, but I won't put it on a on an instrument. I won't put a drink on a piano or a keyboard or anything like that. In fact, I think in the 23 years or so I've been playing piano and keys and all that, I don't think I've ever spilled a drink on an instrument. I've definitely done some clumsy shit. I've dropped instruments. I put a guitar on I've dropped microphones and I put a guitar on a thing I shouldn't have put it on, and it fell when I wasn't in the room anymore. But I have not spilled on any of my gear. I don't think. But my dog is definitely shit on some of my cables and stuff. That's definitely happened. So I've had to like wash my cables and shit, so. And like my power adapters. So I've definitely gotten stuff wet. I've knocked a lot of shit over too. See, the neutral chord is pretty close to so the neutral third is like close to a 16/13. 5 cents off. So yeah, in scales with a lot of neutral triads, like the neutral doesn't flip to anything, so you end up with just like a lot of neutrals. So I don't know. I think if you have neutrals in a scale, unless you really want a ton of that, kind of sameness, maybe it's better to do these like rank 3 and scales and stuff. Because that still sounds neutral, but it has a little more character. It has a pretty good variety of chords and stuff. I think between this and this, I prefer this one. This on the major. That could be interesting. neutral seventh, and then I guess that is like a major neutral seven. So all these chords would go neutral seven, oh, this was a minor chord. It's neutral seven, minor seven, and then that's neutral too, right? Neutral. Neutral minor seven, and then major neutral seven, neutral down five, sub seven, minor seven, so minor, minor down five, minor seven, or minor seven down five, whatever. And then I think it's two minor sevens, so minor half flat five. Minor seven, minor half flat five, minor seven, or minor seven half flat five. Then neutral seven. Yeah, that one has more chords for sure. So that's neutral seven. Oh, that's a good chord right there. That's sub minor half flat. Sub minor sub seven half flat five, and then neutral seven, neutral seven. Neutral sub seven, neutral seven, Neutral sub 7 half out of 5. Super major sounds fucking crazy. I think I like the super major in 27 a bit more than the super major in 22. It's just so crazy in 27. Like, if you compare 27 and 22, the super major in 27 is a lot cooler. The major in 22 is way better than the major in 27. But the major in 27 is not bad. It's definitely growing on me. It's definitely interesting. It's very bright. It's cool that it recontextualizes the 400 cent major third. But 22 just has a great major triad. It's just that kind of subdued sub major with the sharp 5. It's just so, I don't know. It's such a nice vibe. But it's, it's really chill compared to 27. It's very, like, excited. Obviously, 22 does not have a neutral triad, so can't compare those. The minor... 27's minor is not... It's got a good 6/5 third, but like the whole chord is not exciting to me. But it's fine. It's like good. It's whatever. The 22 minor chord is not that exciting either. It's a cool third though, because the minor, I like the minor third being kind of on that sharp side. That is kind of cool. So I guess since I'm pitting them against each other, like, probably go with 22s there, and also that minor 7, like the minor third above the 5th in 22. It's like that neutral 7 zone. That's a really interesting interval. But 27s is not bad. I think it does the trick. And then a sub minor. I think the sub minor is really good in both, but 27s is definitely better. Because the 7/6 is like pretty much perfect. And yeah, 27 is definitely has a lot of like crunch and buzziness, whereas 22 does not have a lot of that. It does have it in like some small doses, but it doesn't like pop up everywhere. 22 is definitely more like, it feels a little closer to 12 in its like it definitely evokes more like buzziness and stuff than 12 does, but it's not really a buzzy tuning. I wouldn't recommend it for that purpose. But 27 definitely, it's got a lot of crunch in it. But it's not like that smooth JI buzz. It's like it's kind of like almost dissonant crunchy buzz. It's like you kind of like have to be into that, like that. I love that. Yeah, 22 doesn't do that. It's got some cool chords that do have a little crunch to them, but they're not quite like that. I don't know, maybe there's some I haven't found yet. It's definitely possible. But I definitely think 27 is harder to use. I think I've like gotten to sort of a sweet spot with it where I can mess around with it pretty comfortably. But I don't know, I think I kind of had to play with 22 first because it's almost like a logical next step after 22. But with some definite differences. But yeah. They have a comparable structure because they're both super piped, but the quality of the chords does differ, I think. I think they sound pretty different overall. Sounds like an iterative process to achieve mastery. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like a... Like if you've never done any microtonal tunings, you've only done 12 Ito. Hey Dozel, what's up? If you've only done like 12 Ito, I would not really recommend like trying 27. I would recommend like for a total beginner, like even though it's not a tuning that I really like to mess with myself, just like to get used to microtonal harmony and stuff, I would almost always recommend 24 Ito. Just because it includes 12 and then it has like extra intervals, and so you don't have to like restructure everything. You don't have to like and you can get used to some of the new intervals and chords and stuff. Like you can learn like, oh, there's a neutral third, there's a neutral seventh, there's a super major and a sub minor. Like those qualities are in so many different tunings, and they sound better in a lot of other tunings, but you know, you'll have all of your 12 Ito stuff too. And then there's kind of two directions you can go in from 12. And most people seem to have like a preference for one over the other. I'm definitely like prefer the sharper fifth tunings, but there's also like going into the mean tone tunings and stuff. So to get a good sense of those, like 17 equal and 19 equal. 17 is like a good sharp 5 tuning. 19 is a good flat 5 tuning. And they're both like not that complicated compared to 12. Like 17 just has distinct sharps and flats, whereas 19 has distinct sharps and flats and like an enharmonic E sharp F flat. So they're laid out very similarly to 12 equal. And 17 definitely sounds a little more alien than 19, I think, because 12 and 19 are both mean tone. But yeah, you can basically do like 12-ish stuff in 17, and then you know, from there you can go into like more flat or more sharp. So like if you like the 17 more than the 19, for instance, I'd say, you know, maybe try 22. Even though they're very different tunings, they both have that sharp fifth, but 22's is a little sharper. Whereas if you prefer 19, I'd maybe suggest 26 or even 31. But you don't have to go in any particular order, but it's just like adding complexity gradually, I think, is not like a bad idea. Like learning smaller tunings first, and also like checking out like macrotonal tunings too, because they're fun to play with, like 5-edo and 7-edo and stuff, but and 11-edo. So you can put those on a piano keyboard and you can still do a lot with them. So they're kind of easy to play with, but it's really hard to like build a foundation based off of those types of tunings. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely, I don't know, there's like ways you can progress logically where you just, you know, you introduce more complexity over time. And obviously that can go like as far as you want to take it. Like for instance, I could practice I spent a lot of time in 22 equal, I could spend a lot of time in 27, then I could even like go to 49 from there, because it's sort of like in between the two, but also has like way more notes. So you can kind of do things from both. But I don't know. I also feel like at a certain point you just gotta. I don't think I want to get into every tuning under the sun. I just. There's already so much that. I mean, I could just do 22 for the rest of my life and like probably never run out of shit to do, I guess. I don't know. That's like the other element of mastery is just like you have to develop experience. Like if you jump around too much, you're never gonna get comfortable. As an artist, you will have a hard time getting comfortable enough to even write anything. Like when you're first learning all this shit, everything is just an experiment. Like it's not really like you're not really expressing yourself. You're figuring out how to express yourself, and you're also kind of just like interacting with the experience of playing with the tuning. So it's like this sort of feedback loop of like finding what the tuning does for you, and then eventually like this doesn't just apply to tuning, it applies to like any like concept in music or art or whatever. If you're an artist and you like to play with concepts, like there comes a point where you want to get to this, you want to get to where you're actually like expressing something, you know? And honestly, I've been doing microtones for like 5+ years or something. I don't know if it's been, that sounds like a long time, but it may have been, it may be the case. I've been doing this for almost 5 years. But I still just feel like I'm like just looking for something. I don't know. I don't feel like I've done a whole lot of, I've gotten a lot out of it, but I have not. Still trying to figure out how to use it. Sixths in 27 are weird. Like neither of them sound quite right. Like if you have a major chord and you want to add a sixth, that's the super major sixth. That's the major sixth. And that one I think is the more normal sounding one. This one sounds cool. They both sound cool, but they feel, I don't know, they both feel very like, maybe I should try to like use it in some kind of context. Like, I don't know, they just seem a little, I guess it sounds fun. I don't know. used to appeal to me. I don't know what happened. I guess it's the 22 to 27 pipeline. super major 7 is almost always a good. That's one of my favorite 24 Udo chords. Sounds good in 27. The pentatonic's kind of trippy too. I guess it's got a sub minor sub 7 in it. There's 4 sets of 5 keys. We should find that chord. Okay. All right. I think that's gonna be it from me for tonight. I appreciate everybody checking out the stream. If you missed it earlier, I did a long ramble about naming chords in 27 Ito and why it's so much harder than it is in 22. So yeah, if you want to hear me ramble about that, check out the earlier bit of the stream. But yeah, I do think it's an interesting problem, and I don't think it's that serious of a problem because we can name all the chords already in a pretty clear, unambiguous way. The question really on my mind is like, is there a way to keep it clear and unambiguous, but also make it a little more elegant and a little less verbose and a little less dry? Those would be nice things to have in a naming convention, but I don't know. There's definitely a balance between like communicating what you want to say and also saying it in a way that you're not like tripping over yourself and trying to say it or something. Okay, anyway, whatever. I'll be back on tomorrow. Thanks again, everyone. Probably doing more of the same. But we'll see. Okay, alright.